Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Welcome to another stream. Thursday. Let's just get some music going. Okay. Alright. Let's just delete this. That was some stuff I just made for a YouTube demonstration. Right. So yesterday we finished off paths in the editor. And today the plan is to get paths appearing in the game. So this is the path that we made. It's a monorail path. Got two IDs. This is the source monorail and this is the dest monorail path. So this is where the monorail comes from and this is where it's going to. They're both set to the same ID, which is this ID. So the goal really is to load this up in the game, have the game detect it's a monorail, and then we're going to get some shape just moving along the path and then looping back. So it'll be a one path monorail. That's the minimum viable thing I think we need to be able to do. After we've done that, we can put different paths in and then have the shape follow the path and jump to the next path and follow the path and jump to the next path and so on, and then back to the beginning. So the monorail will go on this continuous loop. But that's later. Now we just need to worry about how we get this into the game. So we ended by making this world monorail path. We ended yesterday by making this world monorail path. So the monorail is going to be stored in the world. The world conceptually is always in memory, rather than store it in the actual level, because levels go in and out of memory. And if you want to simulate the entire monorail all the time, we have to use the world, because then that stays in memory. So we just have to make this. So we have the default world generator, and what that does we can take that out. What that does is it loads in these things called light game levels, and light game levels are just the game levels without any assets, because the assets are the things that are big. So this just loads like small data structures. It's not meant to load images or models or animations or anything like that. So in order to make this, in order to get editor data into the world, we need to go through a light game level. So we will do that. So we'll probably just make the light game level be able to load in all the paths for an ordinary level. Okay. So let's go back here. So we're going to have struct light level path, not light, different type of light. And all I think we're going to do is just have this mirror the game content game board path. So what we might have is just game board content. No. I think all we'll do, we will skip that. We'll just say array of board paths. Let's just check that builds. All right, so default light game level generator here has this game board content. So we need to do for auto source path in content.get paths. What we need to do is let's have a quick look at what's in the path. So we need more than that. We need more than what's in the board path, actually. So struct light level path. We'll put the board path in there. We need room ID. We need vec2 position offset and S32 Z bias. We'll just call it position and Z bias. We could do that, or we could have it inherit. Let's have a go with trying to get it to inherit it. Nah, that'll be fine. And then we'll have one of these. Okay, so in the default light game generator, so we get the content paths. For each one of these, I'm going to do level.paths in place light level path. See if we can do that. And then it has the board path, the room ID, the position, and the Z bias in it. So the board path is the source path. The position is just the position. Z bias is we don't store Z bias, or we don't pass Z bias. Okay, that's fine. So remove that. We'll remove that, and then we'll put dot room ID equals we're passing the room by name. That's fine. So we won't say room ID, we'll say room path. Room path. So that should place all the paths into this light level. So when we get let's regenerate the world. So engine.config, we'll regenerate the world, and we'll see if we have these paths in there. Right. So the path, it's got the level, so the level in it, so the light level in it has got one path, and it's got the board path in it with all the storage and everything. It's got the room, and it's got its position, which is 0, 0. So the reason why I need to start the position is because you can create prefabs in the editor, which are little rooms that you can stamp in other rooms. So the rooms with an offset. Okay, so we have it. So let's have a look at the data structure of the rule. So it's got a monorail path, which has which room it is in. So I'm wondering if we should just start, rather than the room ID, we just store the room name. Or just a room. That'll be fine. So for auto path in level, get paths. Light level, sorry. So light level doesn't have a get paths. Array, light level path, get paths. We need to go world dot so we're just storing the monorails, right? So if path let's just check this build a second. What's the problem? Path must be initialized. Light level undeclared identifier. We're doing it in the wrong place. Do it here. Okie dokes. So I'm going to say if path still doesn't like path. Path dot board path. There we go. The type is not equal to e board path type monorail. We're only interested in monorails for now. Continue. So this is a monorail path. So we need to say world monorails. All right, so this is something we need to include in the editor. We've allowed for more than one monorail. Is that something that we're really concerned about right now? We've allowed for it in the world, so at least we can code the game section assuming there's multiple monorails. But in the editor, we could just leave it so there's one monorail at the moment. I think we'll just assume there's one monorail. If world.monorails get count equals 0, yeah, if there's no monorails, we'll just place one. So we're just gonna go yeah, world.monorails in place. So we'll just make one. Put a little note saying we've left it open for multiple monorails if needed. Right now, let's just have one. So we're going to say world monorails 0 paths add a world monorail path. And that's the ID, name, room, spline, bounds. So ID equals path or path.id. Name equals path or path dot name. So the spline is in local space. Splines. So a NURB spline has not points, control points. So we just need to translate both of these to get them into world space. So we're going to go spline equals path dot bar path dot spline, and then the bounds we don't know. So this is auto path index. So we're just going to go auto path auto. So this can be the source path. And then the dest path is world monorails 0 path index. So now we need to translate. So for auto spline, for auto points in this path to spline, get points. Just need to do points plus equals source path of position, and that gets the path into world space. And then that's point, sorry. And then for auto point in deskpath.spline.get control points, point plus equals source path dot position. And then we're going to go deskpath.bounds equals bounding rect add this path spline dot get points. See if that builds. Dot get wrecked. Oh. So add, what does add return? It returns void. Maybe we should get it to return itself. Or we could do I think we can actually just pass that in there. Yeah. So that creates a bounding rect out of all them points. All right. So that adds the monorail paths into the world. So let's build that and then let's test. Let's see. We will put a breakpoint here. We'll go into the engine config and rebuild the world, and then we need to go where we're going to use the world. Just to check it's there. So let's just search for. Whoops. It always pops up on the wrong monitor. Get world. Okay. We'll just put a breakpoint there. So we'll see if we have the monorail paths inside the game now. Okay. So we've got no monorails, so we'll make one. And then we'll add a monorail path. Position is 0, so it's fine. Okay. Ooh. So we've got stack over, have we? Don't think it's stack overflow. Oh, it's not built it. Okay. Where were we? So, world. So we read the monorail. See, look, it's not built it. This version is different. This is a problem. Because it's constantly doing this. Did it like 3 times yesterday. Well, whatever. So if this works, we'll just see the world monorail in the world. In this world class here. It's asset pointer world. Okay, folks. So let's launch the game. We need to go somewhere where that breakpoint's going to get hit. And it needs to do an A star. There we go. Right, so world monorail's empty. So that's not good. Alright, so let's just... I need a better place for world. Set playable character, that's even better. Well, actually no. I don't know if that gets called straight away. No. Where's a good place? World map controller, set zoom. I think this happens immediately. Yeah. Alright, so world, it doesn't have the monorails in there. Whoops. So let's rebuild the world because it wasn't actually built properly in the game before. Okay, that's good because it's Reddit. World, one monorail. ID 0, that's fine. Paths. The room is empty. They all look right. Bounds is right. So the only thing that we didn't get was the room. That's probably because I didn't actually add it. No. World monorail path. Room. After name. Dot name equals source path. Dot room name. Dot room name. Dot room. Okay. What is it? Source path. Level path. Room path. Okie dokes. So now let's go back to the engine config and rebuild the world again. And then we'll see if it's there. World monorails 1 paths. It's got, there we go. Okay, that's it. Okay, so let's just delete these breakpoints. What's going on here? There we go. That's what I wanted. So let's do these breakpoints and we'll just straight up try and draw this monorail path then. So where do we want to do that? We could... Let's make a test case again in game state. We'll do it there. Tick. So this is temporary. So static void monorail test. Rail test. Whoops. A monorail test. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go auto world equals get world. And then we're going to go auto state equals get game state. And then we're going to go for, well, state dot get current, get location, I think it is. Okay. So auto lock. So this is where we are. So we're going to go for auto monorail in world. So we need get monorails. Array monorail, world monorail, get monorails. Get monorails. And then we're going to go for auto path in monorail paths. I'm going to say if path room is not equal to lock.room, continue. Else we're just going to go static void tick monorail. Test. And then we're going to pass in the const world monorail path. What's it world? What's it called? Monorail. World monorail path. Keep spelling monorail wrong. Right. So we'll say if they're equal. Tick monorail test, yeah. And then we're just going to pass in the path. And all this is going to do is going to go auto canvas, get game canvas, and then we can do canvas draw points or draw lines, path spline get points. We'll draw them white, and then we'll just say int max or the z, and we'll see. So this should draw the monorail in the game now. Also, what I also want to do is we want to launch straight into the game now. So we'll launch straight into the game. We'll stop opening the monorail station room in the editor. Right. All right. Can't do that. All right. So we're not seeing it. Well, that seems reasonable. Why aren't we seeing that? That seems reasonable. Oh, it's in world space. Draw lines in a world. Wrong space. I was drawing it on screen space. There it is. Okay, so that's the monorail path. Okay, so it's in the game now. Monorails in game. Now we want to build out the kind of structure. We kind of like want to formalize what monorails are in the game. So Siri's talking to me. Okay, so we'll put it in here. We'll put it in the world, and we'll just say we'll make a new monorail controller. Monorail. Spell it right. Controller. And then we're going to go monorail controller reference get monorail controller. So we're going to do static monorail controller G monorail controller. I'm going to return it. So it's probably going to have a tick, because this is going to be the thing. Which controls where the monorail is in the world. So it's going to avoid tick. And then in this tick, put this. And then I think all we're gonna do is just draw that here. So we'll just do that for now. So we need to include the BM Engine world and include game state. Let's just see if that builds. And include game canvas. Alright, cool. So back in game state now. We're going to include the monorail controller in here. Then in tick, we're just going to go get monorail controller, tick. So in theory now, that's just, we render the same thing, but we've put it in its own controller. So it's the same thing. So I think in the monorail controller we just want struct monorail, and then we're just gonna have U64 ID, and then we need to know its current, what path it's on, current path ID, and where along the path it is. So we'll just store that as a float for now. So 0 means it's at the start of the path, 1 means it's at the end of the path. I don't know if... Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll go with that for now. And then we want an array of them. Get used to typing monorails out properly. And then we also want a launch function. So launch by convention happens every time the game is launched. And a launch includes when you load from a save. So every time I load from a save, we need to basically reset the monorails. And this allows us to put in, so we also, a launch is also when we rerun from the editor. So launch is it? Begin game. So we're going to go get monorail controller.launch. So if you make any changes in the editor, they'll get reflected in the game here, in the game's state. So what we need to do is we need to go auto world equals get world, and we're just going to copy. So we're going to go monorails.empty. We're going to get the world, and we're just going to copy all the monorails in. So for auto monorail or source monorail in world get monorails. I'm going to do monorails. Then place monorail. So we just want the ID of the monorail. So that the ID equals the source monorail ID. And the current path ID is the source monorail I've got a syntax error here somewhere. Oops, yeah. Source monorail so we've got the paths. So what we'll do is we'll say auto source paths, the source monorail paths. If source paths get count equals 0, continue. If there's no paths in the monorail, we can't add it into the monorail system. Current path ID is source paths dot first ID. So that's where the monorail is, the very beginning. Okay, and so that's where it is. So that's the monorail and where it is. Okay. So what we need now is to get a world monorail path by its ID. I believe. We can either do that in the world. Yeah, we'll say optref world monorail path get monorail path uses for path ID. Which means we need to go for auto in monorails, for auto p in dot paths. Well, we can just say if auto result equals m.paths.find by path ID, return result, like that. Now it depends if you can actually find by ID. We cannot, so we'll do that now. So get monorail path by ID. Benkley, how's it going? I'm doing well, thank you. Are you okay today? Brilliant. What are you up to today? Anything good? Making a game in Unity, brilliant. Is it going well? So now we can just say awesome. Yeah, you'll have to upload something on YouTube and I'll take a look. Made the buttons going to another level. Awesome. That's great. Yeah, a little bit every day and it all adds up to something awesome. So now I can say if auto path equals world, find path. Okay, so this can be rewritten now. We can say, not quite like that though. So we can say for auto m in monorails, if auto path equals world, find monorail, get monorail path by m, current path ID. And we can do that there now. Now this is optional. Yeah, Unity's a really good engine. I really like it. I mean, it made helped Obsidian to make Pillars of Eternity, so it's obviously awesome. Okay, so now we're just going to render. So we're not rendering. So this will just render if we're on the current path. I don't think we actually want to do that. That was a bit premature. We do just want to render them. What we want to do actually is for auto. Yeah, I've made quite a bit. Yesterday I put in I finished making a path editor. So the idea is I'm making, you know, you're going to be able to ride these monorails around the space station. And I made something in the engine to draw these curves in the editor because that's the path that the monorail is going to take through the world. So if you open it here, you click this button and there's these paths here and you can edit these paths. So what I'm working on now is just an overall monorail system. So I'm just going to get, the plan is to end up with a bunch of these paths throughout the world, all logically connected together to make a monorail, and then I'm going to make a circle travel the whole monorail throughout the world. That's the plan. So right now I'm just kind of working out how to connect these paths together logically in the game. So this path is going to be connected to a path in a different room. game is, so it's far future, sci-fi. You're on an enormous space station. You know, like 15,000 people or something, and you're the gardener on the space station. So obviously I think, you know, if you're permanently living on a space station, human beings need greenery. So you're just gonna, you get on the space station and the space station's not looking so great, and then you have to go on missions and quests to gather resources and seeds. And then you can take them back to the space station and plant them in the space station, just plant them throughout the space station and make nice gardens. And then the monorail system is going to be a way you can just, it's going to serve two purposes. The first one is fast travel, so you can just jump on the monorail and go to the next station. And the second one is you're going to be able to sit and ride the monorail, and it's just going to be a chill way to see all of your gardens. So it'll just take you around the space station and past all of the gardens that you've built. It's meant to be a really chill game. So it's like a quest-based gardening sim in sci-fi, gardening in space, I'm saying. You know, as like a tagline, it's gardening in space. Have you got any ideas for your game? Setting or theme or anything? Okay, I'll see you in a bit. Alright, so that just draws them all. What we want to do is actually draw. So for auto in monorails, well, let's first find a monorail by ID. So we're going to go if auto monorail equals monorails, find no different monorail. So it's for auto, no, yeah, for auto source monorail in world get monorails. If auto best monorail equals monorails dot find source monorail ID. So we're getting the monorails. So this is the source monorail. And then we're going to go if auto path equals world get monorail path, this monorail current path ID. So that's the current path that the monorail is on. We need to tick the T. So where do we put the T? T is on the monorail in the, so we need to tick Now, here's the thing. Are we going to have multiple cars? Yeah, I think we might do. So struct monorail car. So use its for ID. Well, say it's going to be hard for us to generate an ID for that. We'll say we'll give it an ID, and then we'll say uses for current path ID float T and U64 monorail ID. And then the monorail will have an ID and an array of cars. And then on launch, we need to place all the cars. So we're going to go monorails index dot cars equals, and then we'll probably have a constructor for this. We'll place one on each path, maybe. We'll place one on each path for now. No, we'll leave that. We'll say the monorail ID. Okay. So now we want monorail car 0 monorail ID monorails index ID. We'll create 3 cars. So we might actually just randomize where these are, where these start. So this is for each car. We need to get the path that the car is on. So we do need to assign current path ID. Um, so here's the thing. We could just say path index. Yeah, I want to say path index. So current path index. I think that's going to be nicer. We've got the current path index. So when we launch the game, all I'm going to do is going to go VM dynamic random. Between 0 and source paths get count -1. So we're just going to put them on a random path. Check that builds. Okay. So we want the path is going to be, yes, I think what we want is we want get monorail path by index. And then we want the source monorail ID, or the monorail ID, and the index. And we also want to be able to find this. So, where were we? Get monorail path by index. So we're going to go if auto m equals monorails, find monorail ID. If m paths get count is greater than the index, I will say if the index is less than the count, return m paths index. Okay. Get monorail path by index car monorail ID car current path index. Okay. So this source monorail, what does it have in it? So I don't think we need to do that anymore. We can just go through in monorails. M.cars. We're going through each monorail. I'm going through each car path. And then we're going to say if the path room is the location room, draw it. And that's drawing it for each car though, so that's not correct. So we can do that. Nah, I think it's better like that. Okay. So now all I'm gonna do, we need to put it, made the monorail car to be BM dynamic random float between 0 and 1. I'll place it randomly on the path as well. Yeah, I am focused. Mornings I'm the most focused. Welcome back, Bentley. Sorry, I just seen your message. Yeah, I'm just trying to think through this system, really. So there's going to be multiple cars on the monorail. And they all need to get distributed throughout the monorail. And then I have to work some code to make sure they don't cross each other. Yeah, have you thought about any like setting or theme or anything for your game? Okay, so what we're going to do is we just want to iterate the car. So car dot t plus equals dt. And all I'm saying now is if car dot t is greater than 1, car dot t equals 0. So we'll just reset the car. Tell you the game genre. Horror co-op multiplayer. Yeah, brilliant. That sounds fun. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Yeah, whenever you load up anything, Serpentine Studios, how's it going? When you load up anything, upload anything on YouTube, let me know and I'll check it out. I think I subscribed to you anyway, Benkley. Serpentine, I hope you're alright. Good morning. Working on the monorail stuff. How's the code behaving? Okay. So far, so straightforward. I'm just kind of trying to work out a system I want. So the monorails now are in the game, or at least the paths are in the game. And now I'm working out a way I want multiple cars on the monorail to be spread throughout the monorail and travelling along the monorail. Yeah, awesome, Benkley. I haven't even thought about Steam yet. Yeah, I have to think about how I'm going to do all that. So I've got this path in the game. And now there's a concept of cars. So these monorails will be connected. So these paths will be connected to other paths. And the path can be in any room. And then the cars are just going to... The goal, I think, for today is just to get multiple cars travelling along these paths and then go into the next room and travelling along them paths. Going to be free. Your game's going to be free. Cool. Yeah, cool. I don't know how much it is to... I think $100 to put something on Steam. Can't remember. I remember the days when you had to go through Steam Greenlight. 100, yeah. Yeah, I'll play test it. No problem. Could put a demo on Steam. Yeah, eventually I'll need people to play test this, but it's probably not going to be for a couple of years. I had a brief look at the Steamworks, the APIs for Steam, but I haven't really looked much into it at all. Yeah. Yeah, just do the best you can. It's nice that you're doing it, offer it for free. That's cool. I'll probably work towards a demo for this. So there'll be a free demo. I think a demo, hopefully, will help iron out a lot of big bugs, like compatibility bugs, like the game's just not launching on someone's computer or something. And it also gives me a little bit of experience of what it's like to actually release something on Steam. Doing it for fun. Yeah, I'm doing this for fun as well. I'm not doing it to be loaded with cash or anything. Serpentine Studios. Windows to start with. Windows to start with. See how that goes. I kind of want to... I might look at something like PlayStation. If I get far enough from Windows and the game's looking good, maybe PlayStation or Nintendo Switch or something. Stream Elements has woken up. That bot's been broken for like weeks and all of a sudden it started posting today. I don't get it. I don't control this bot. I just set these messages and then half the time it doesn't work. I was thinking of having a look at Nightbot, seeing if that's any more reliable. So yeah, I'll probably work towards a demo maybe in a year or so. If there's enough gameplay and enough about the game to make a demo. Alright, so the cars are being iterated. So all I'm going to do is just do auto car P equals path spline 11 oblum of 11. Thanks for the follow. If you've got any questions, then feel free to ask. No problem at all. We're going to get the point, car T, and then we're just going to draw a circle. So car P, pixels to world, or seg count 16, float color 1 in max. We'll see what these cars look like. Hey guy. Alright, yeah, nice. Oblomov, how's it going? Hope you're okay. Just building a monorail. So it says the game's, there we go, there are all them cars. The game's set on a giant space station, and putting a monorail on the space station that you can use to travel around the space station. Alright, so those cars are being drawn in different rooms, which is obviously not right. So, so the monorail, the path, we need to say if path room is the location room. If the path room is the location room. So yeah, I'm building a monorail, and you're going to be able to catch the monorail eventually as the player around the space station. Right now, I'm just getting the system in place to make the monorail follow these curves. So I spent yesterday making this curve editor that you can, so you can just build these curves, and you can put multiple curves in each room in the space station, and then you define the curve, the idea of the curve that it's come from, and the idea of the curve it's going to. So we can link curves together throughout the world. And then we're going to have, right now I'm just got some circles, going to just follow these curves all around the world. So right now there's only one curve, so they're all just like going to the end of the curve and then coming back again. Let's make it go a bit slower than that. So what I might also do is colour these cars so we can see which one is which. So these are the cars. I mean, they're just dots at the moment, but they eventually will be pieces of artwork. So we can colour the car based on something. Based on its index. So we'll just do auto car color equals float color from hex 32. Then we're just going to go hash 32. We'll just hash the car current path. Is it current path index? Car. Or the index of the car. Which is just, we'll say the ID of the car. Check that. Builds. So we'll just set that to be the car color. So we might just say car. We'll just make sure the car color's alpha is always 1. Okay. So we'll just make the colour of the car based on its ID so we can tell which car is which. Alright, we'll make them a bit bigger. Say 32 pixels. Well, that's quite big actually. I'll say 16 pixels. All right. So you can see the purple one. You can see them just looping to the start of the spline again. So let's get them. Let's get 2 curves and we'll get them to go between each curve. Does compile time become a pain? Yes. You have to take steps. You have to design your code base in a way that tries to minimize compile time. So lots of forward declaration, not overuse of header files. But yeah, it does. A full build of this probably takes 3 minutes or something. So right now I can just go make a cup of coffee if I need to do a full build. 3 minutes is quite a long time if you're doing it multiple times a day. I would try and keep full builds to a minimum, but sometimes I have to because Visual Studio, for some reason, or the compiler sometimes doesn't detect when I change header files. So it compiles up and it says it's compiled, and then I set a breakpoint and it's like, this file is not what we have compiled. Yeah, it can be rough, really. Modern languages don't have a problem with this because they dump everything in memory and compile it. The thing with C++ is it's based on a compile method from like the 70s when computers didn't have much memory and it had to compile one source file at a time and link them all together at the end. So because the computers didn't have enough memory to dump all the source files in at once, you know, if C++ started again, it could be really fast at compiling because it could just compile everything together like every other modern language does. But we don't have that. Alright. And you wouldn't need header files or anything. So C++, the standard committee or whatever, have tried to come up with a solution, and they implemented a standard called modules, which do compile really fast. The problem is I've tried using them and there's loads of little edge case problems which makes it, in my opinion, unusable. You know, if you have these little toy projects, it's great because it makes it compile immediately. But if you have anything big and complicated, you have all these. I had all these problems anyway, so I just stopped and switched back to using precompiled header files. So let's put another curve in. So we'll have this curve. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get this curve. I'm going to copy the ID of this curve. And let's just make them a bit smaller, actually. So we don't need all these points in. We've got two curves there, and we'll separate them just to make sure that we know the two curves. So the idea is this, we'll copy the idea of this curve. This curve is a monorail curve, and the source is going to be that curve. And the destination is also going to be that curve. This, so we'll copy the idea of that one. So the source and destination of this curve is going to be the other curve. And we'll call this sausage 2. Okay, so there's two curves. So this one goes to this one. And then this one goes back to this one. So we'll try and make the cars travel down two curves now. All right, cool. All right. So let's just load this and see what happens. Because we never had more than one curve in the game before. All right. So we haven't programmed in yet to transfer curves. These seem to not be ticking. So let's see what we have. Let's launch the game. So the world has in it now one monorail with 2 curves on it, 2 paths, sausage and sausage 2. So it's dynamically assigning. So the first 2 cars get put on path 0 and the second car gets put on path 1. Okay. So we're drawing both paths. Hang on, we need to let the little room load up. Okay. So we're drawing both paths. Monorail ID. So they've both got this. Yeah. So. So let's have a look at the spline of this path. So it looks like this first curve, they are not moving. Current path index is 0. Current path index is 0. Car T. Target is NAND. Compound lengths last. Is NAND. Interesting. Why that is the case. So that's a bug right there. Okay, so let's we are generating the compound lengths when we load the game. So the points. The last point is an and. That's a bit. Oh yeah, I'll have a cup of coffee. Coffee, if that's all right. Yeah. Cheers. Okay, so when we loaded in the point, the last point was an and. Let's try that again then. Let's have a look at weights. Let's have a look at control points. They seem reasonable. So I think we need to stop when S is equal to 101. And you break there. Alright, so apparently this is producing NAND. So T is 1. Weight is 0 there. That's why. So it's the result of this debar. Okay, there we go. There's not enough knots by the looks of it. Knots 0. So knots is T is 1. So 0 there. So if I plus P or to minus 1. That's so confusing because we didn't have that problem before we created that curve. We did delete some control points though. So what I think I'm going to do... Ooh. So weight is 0 here. Could just patch it in. If weight is 0, weight is 1. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see how that looks. Oh, thank you. The car. That's confusing. Let's try that again. So the car has a path index of 0. Path room. Oh, we don't have a location, that's why. Okay, so the car's path index is 0. So we're still getting nans. Alright. Obviously can't do that. Why are we getting nans then? We've got 4 control points. 4 sets of knots. The weights are all 1. So if I plus P plus 1 is greater than M, which is false, T is less than the not I, which is false, or T is greater than the not I plus P plus 1, which is 5, not 5. Which is 0.6. T is 1. So this is probably because T is allowed to go all the way to 1. If T is all the way at 1, that means that the point is just the control point. So Draw points last. What happens if there's no control points? Let's just check that fixes it first. Okay. So it's still not moving it. Well, something with current path 0. Okay. Okay, so compound length is also ending up as NAND. Okay. If P equals points dot get count -1, debug break there as well. So points. No nuns there. So that doesn't seem like it gives a NAND. There's no NAND there. Compound lengths. No points, sorry. So there's no NAND. Okay, I'm confused. How do you test for NAND? Test if float NAND. is none. Standard is none. So we're going to say if standard is none, then book break. Well, they all ended up on the third one there, on the second one. So nothing ended up as a NAND. Compound lengths here. And then we are landing at the end. What's going on there? So when we loaded it, it wasn't an AND. And now it is an AND. At point 101. Splines. So if P is 101, we'll do book break again. So compound length's 102. All right. Something's happening here. That's deleting that memory. Oh, that's fine, that's just getting deleted. All right. So, so what's going on here then? This is in the compiler, I believe. What's the main thread waiting for? So this is building rooms. So this is an editor thing. No, this is building rooms for the content cache. Yeah, so this is an editor thing. Go back to the main thread. This is also this is building rooms for the content cache as well. So this is an editor thing. This is initializing the content cache. It's an editor thing. Ooh. So maybe the world doesn't do that. Hang on. So when we load the world, where do we load the world? Game. Launch. World initialize. Okay. Okay, so let's just put a breakpoint there. Yes, see, it's not built. That's why. This is annoying. It's happened a bunch of times yesterday. It's happened twice today already. Right, I'm just going to go for a quick 2-minute break while this is building. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right, so that was not a bug in my code, unfortunately. That was Visual Studio. Again, didn't build this header or the template functions in this header file. Hopefully. We'll see if it fixes it when I do a rebuild. It seems to be on incremental builds. It just sometimes misses some stuff. So hopefully now we won't get that little we won't get that little pop-up. Right, so we are actually building it now. So if we look at the spline, compound lengths, it is an and. Okay. But at least now we can debug it. Alright, so it's the next time we want to load a spline. So it seems like here we are not generating We're just straight up loading in compound lengths. So if we read in, so we want lots, one, points, 102. Okay. Yeah. Not points. There's 102. Okay, so we need to get to where it writes this spline in, if there is one. Right, so there isn't. So let's just rebuild everything. Let's rebuild the world, really build the levels. So it's possible that I built the level incorrectly because it wasn't compiled properly as well. Okay. So point 102 is the last one an and. It is not. Point 102 is the last one an and. It is not. Okay. Point 102 is the last one an and. It is not. Okay, so I think that's it. I think that was... There we go. So it was a build thing. Ugh. Again, not a bug I wrote, just it didn't build the code properly again. But at least it's working now. Right, so we have 3 cars been placed on 2 different paths. So now we want them to go from path to path to path. So let's just check. So I'm wondering here as well. Might not even need that now. Because that was just a little hack. See what the problem was. See if it would fix the problem. So let's go to engine config. So let's rebuild both the game levels and the world again. Okay, well they all ended up on that path. We need to do it so that they split up on different paths. Some has to end up on path 1 because that's where the problem was. Yes, so it's still got that error there. So we do need that. So we might as well put if t equals 0. We may as well just add the first control point in. So what do you, yeah, if you call generate points with no control points. So it's going to say if control points count equals 0, return points. So we should add the first control point and the last control point. Alright. So let's build the game again. Right, so we're working now. It seems like we only have 2 cars though. Both got exactly the same value for T. That is highly unlikely. Unless there's a bug. Dynamic random between 0 and 1. They both got exactly the same. That must be... That's very unlikely that is true. Okay. So now let's just get him to pass from monorail to monorail. So we need to know how monorails link. So in the world generator, we need to sort them. So we're going to go auto monorail data equals path, source path, come on Visual Studio, all path, something wrong here. Those 2 equal signs. Silly me. Source path, board path. Try unwrap. Board monorail path. Is that what it is? Yes. I'm just going to say if not monorail data, continue. So we have monorail data, right? Now we need to find We need to insert them. We need to insert them in the right place. So tier 8. Light level path. Monorail paths. And then we need to get through, we need to go through them and add them. Source path dot board path dot type. Alright, yeah. So we need to be able to get to this based on the monorail ID. So bool operator equals U64 other ID, return board path ID equals other ID on the board path ID, sorry. So we want to go if, so auto index equals monorail paths index of I wonder what would be the easiest way to do this. I wonder if we should actually, I think it might be a bit more straightforward to put in here the usage for next ID and usage for prev ID. That might be the more straightforward right at the end. So it would be dot next ID equals monorail data the dest and dot prev ID monorail data source, what do we call it, prev ID next ID, swap them round. Like that. I think that would probably be better. Alright, so let's build that. So at least now we know what is the previous and what is the next monorail path. And let's reload the game world. I'll rebuild the game world. And then this is where we get to the end. We need to swap. So we'll do this. So we've got path now. Next ID, right? We want to say we need to go to the next path. So it would be auto next path equals world get monorail path by path next ID. If we have a next path, we want to get the path index. Get monorail path index from the path ID. So it would be for auto in monorails auto index equals m.paths dot index of path ID. If index is less than m.paths get count, return index. Okay. So if there's a next path, we need to do car dot current path index equals world get monorail path index next path. Well, it's just path next ID like that. So that sets the current path index. Now this path is going to be wrong if this happens, so we need to reset what that path is. So we need to say path equals world get monorail path by index car dot monorail ID car dot current path index. If not path, continue. Can't do it. If there's no path, we can't do it anyway. Okay, so let's see. We'll just go down to having one monorail car. And we'll see if it swaps paths. We've got rid of all the compile. Upref cannot be an R value reference. It is an R value reference. It's a standard optional, that's why. Not opref. Try that again. So now if this works, we should see one car going to the next path. I'm just going to say value or 0. So if there isn't one, we'll put it back to the beginning. Okay. Let's see what happens. If this works, well, trying to truncate something we can't. Ooh, what's going on there then? See, this is the thing, it's not compiled again, it's not put in there. It's not put in the fact that we've changed that data layout of that. That monorail structure. That. It hasn't compiled world.h. Ooh. See if I can just compile this. Alright. That is unfortunate. Alright, rebuild it then. So I'll put these in. No, maybe actually no, it's because I've not included them here. Yeah, no, that is actually a problem. That is actually a bug, I think. Rev ID 64 next ID. So I forgot to include those. Not U64 though. Okay. Oh. Monorail. Oh. Alright, let's try again. So it wasn't when we were reading in the monorail data. I'd written out these previous and next IDs. Then when we loaded them in, it junked something else later on in the data stream because these IDs are enormous. 64-bit numbers. The next thing was apparently a string. It was like, you cannot truncate a string. Can't have a string this big. Or something like that. So we probably need to rebuild the world as well. We'll rebuild the levels as well, just in case. All right. Invalid or corrupt file. There we go. Oh. So this is trying to load the room. Load the world, sorry. Trying to load the world map now. See, an enormous number of elements. All right, there we go, and there we go. So it goes from path to path now. And this should actually make it go to the next room as well. So let's put a monorail path in here. Sausage 3. This is a monorail. Let's copy this ID. So let's open the monorail room. Monorail station. And now we want this path to go to the one in the other room. And then we want the one in the other room to go to here. So we might not need a source. So the source, I mean, we'll keep it in just in case. We might not need it. The source path for this one is the one in the other room. And the dest path is that one. So that one, the source path, now for that one, it's that one. So it'd be handy to just have a destination. So that goes to there, that goes to there, and this one goes into the other room. All right. Let's see what this looks like. So wait for it. Here it comes. It's going to go to there, and then it's going to get on that one, and then we're going to go wait for it in this room. There it comes. All right. So I'm going to check that in. Monorail, room to room now. So I think we'll work a little bit more on the editor because those IDs are confusing. Like, we definitely need them, but I'm going to put a little bit more information so we can identify which curves we're referring to and stuff. So go to the editor window, and we'll just launch back into the monorail station, and then in the app we will not launch the game. So this will just launch straight into the editor. Okay, so if we click on this monorail, I want to be able to actually refer to the path. So what room the path is in, and then I click a button which will take us to that path. So this is in Game Board Editor. Whoops. Tick left panel. Paths mode. Okay, so it's actually the monorail, so it's here. So we need to be able to detect that these are proper source IDs, and then if they are, we need to display where they are, which room they're in, and then a button to locate to them. So that's it. We have to use a content cache for that. So let's do find path by ID. So we're going to do Alt-Ref, odd path, find odd path, use it for path ID. So it's going to be in a light game level, right? So for auto level in light game levels, light game level content. For auto, well, level content get path. So dot find path ID. Okay, so can we do that? Yeah. If auto path is that, return path or path. All right. So we're going to go if auto path equals get content cache, find board path, source monorail ID. This is the source path. I'm going to do, so I have the room in it. It has the name. I'm going to say if auto source monopath, I would say data. If data equals source path, try unwrap board monorail path. No, we don't need to do that. It's got the name. We need to know what room it is in. So that actually might be in the light one. Light path has the room path in it. So we're going to say find light level path instead. And we're just going to return the path. So this is find light level path. We're just going to go canvas, draw label. The text is going to be the source path, room path. The color is going to be get editor colors, green. The size is going to be extra small probably. Okay, so let's just see if that works. So if this works, we'll have the actual path of the room name of the monorail path underneath its ID. Right. So if we double click this now, there we go. It's pretty small. It does say the room path there though. If we just look at what... Yeah, so that must be small. It must be not extra small, just small. We want to do this. We should call it path. Oh, we can't call it path. Source path. Dest path. So now we want to be able to have a button, and if we click it, I'm going to go to it. So if canvas, draw a button, locate path. We want to actually go to it in the editor. So how do we do that? So so we do something in game event types. Here it is. Locate, trigger, get editor window open. The room and the position. So it's get editor window open. The room, which is source path room path, and the position. So does the source path have the bounds on it? Oh, it has. We have. Oh, the position is not the same position, no. That position is its offset position. Should let me rename that offset position. So all I'm going to do here is I'm going to go bounding rect, source path, ball path spline, get point, I'll get control points, center, get rect, center. And that should probably be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine, that'll be fine. Now the question is, do we need a source path? Do we need to trace back where we came from? There we go. So they have the same ID, because they're both called locate path. So we need to locate source path, locate dest path. So we can locate the destination path. There it is. Maybe we should select it. Oh, was that right though? (6301). (6315). So that's in there. So the source is there, the dest is there as well. Okay. Bit of a typo. So the source one's in the other room. So we need to make sure we need to make sure that that is on and that is focused. So the dest is there. That goes to there. That destination path. That goes to there, that goes to there, that goes to there. That goes to there. So the destination path, that's destination path is that one. And then that's destination path is that one. No, it's because it's not selected. Okay, so that's destination path. It's that one. That's destination path is that one. That's destination path is that one. So when we do that, we have to make sure. So we need to say focused ID equals path dot source monorail path, and then dot focused ID or focused ID equals path dot dest monorail path ID. And we also have to make sure that in the other editor we've got the paths mode on. Okay, so if you select that and then we go to the dest, it selects that one. Go to the source, it goes back to that one and selects it. Go to that one, it does select it, but it doesn't select it. Alright, so what does open return? Void. I think it should probably return the new editor, which is a pointer. So we need to go get current editor. Get editor window dot get current editor. If auto ed is get the current editor ed. No, I'm alright, thank you. Yeah. Get current editor. We need to know what type of editor we want. Room editor. What do we call it? Open room editor. This room editor is undefined there. See if that actually does build. Room editor undeclared identifier. Obviously not including the room editor. Well, let's just, all I want to do is set the mode. Room editor, gameboard group editor. Okay. How do we do this? Editor mode. It's part of the game board editor. So the room editor, game board editor. Let's just have a look and see where this code path goes. All right. So if we locate it, so it's a room editor. It's an editable game board on it. Which has the game board editor in it. Okay. Alright, yeah. See you later. There's no boards. Calls initialize. Have to have initialized it. It has one board. Okay, so we want to go if auto room editor get editor window dot get current editor as a room editor, and then we need to include room editor. Room editor get current get game board. It's not a game board I want, I don't think. So the room editor has in it get the editable game board I want. Yeah. So we want let's just let's just see what current board is in boards. So get game board, current boards. Okay, so yeah, we need to get editable game board. Optref editable. Get editable game board. Which is this. So we just return the board And so now we can say if auto board equals room editor get editable game board, say board editor set content edit mode paths. Okay, so let's see if that works. Set it to paths mode. And then we need to do board editor set focused ID, which we don't have. What we can do, void set focused ID. So we can focus things from outside. Set focused okay, so it doesn't know about that. Should know about that. Board editor set focused ID. Path S monorail path ID. Hey. Oh, because it's a dot. So now we should be able to swap the board over, set it to be the paths mode, and set the focus to be the current one. So we will put a breakpoint here and we'll just step through it first. Okay. All right. Seems good. So I should just be able to swap to that one, swap to that one, swap to that one. There we go, and then back again. Well, source path doesn't actually implement the set focus yet, but we will. It's just that. All right, brilliant. So we'll check that in. And then we'll have a 2-minute break. I'm getting tired. And we'll work on something else. So we can just basically follow the monorail in the editor like that. And then we can go back as well. So I might put a little divider in there because it's getting quite difficult to see. So we'll work on the cars themselves. We don't want them to crash into each other or take over each other. So they won't ever take over each other because they're all going the same velocity at the moment. So we're going to have to work on like the velocities of these cars. Okay. So that comes along, it swaps to that path, and then it comes down there, and it starts again there, and it just loops forever. Now, obviously monorails are going to start and stop, so we need to, each car needs to be aware of what's in front of it and not crash into it. So we're going to work on that after a 2-minute break. Right, fresh, massive cup of coffee made. So, we want to work on the movement of these cars now. So let's just do, let's check that in. Monorails connected. And editor updated. I don't tend to do comments on checking in code, unfortunately. Sometimes I do. Most of the time I just put XX. Alright. So now what we want to do is we probably want to have this monorail go to here and this monorail come from here, right? So what that means is they'll just go back and forth. But what we want to do is make this much smaller, because we need constant velocity no matter how big the monorail is. We need to be able to check that. Constant velocity of the cars. Okay, so let's build that. See how that one's going a lot slower than that one. It's because it takes a fixed amount of time to travel across each path right now, and that's not what we want. We want to actually be able to set a velocity, so we need to normalize by the path length. So go to app again, launch straight into the game, and then the editor window. And then in the monorail controller, we want to do this T, wherever it is, this needs to be divided by the monorail length. So divided by path spline get compound well let's just do spline, and we'll put in a get length for the NURB spline. Float get length. And it's just float result equals 0. I'm going to go if compound lengths result is compound lengths dot last, which is a full length of the curve. So we've just got to basically do path spline get length. So let's just see if that normalizes out the speed, the velocity. No, it's not. We don't do it there, though. We don't do it there. We do it here. It's putting it on the other path, unfortunately. We need to make sure that they always go on path 1. Path 0, sorry. They always start on the same path. Right, that's pretty slow. Let's just do 2 times that. Oh. It must be, we want whatever path is in this room. It's not 1 or 2. Naught must be, the path naught must be in the other room. Here it is. So we just want to see if they're moving at the same speed. Yeah, they are. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to accelerate it when I hold the mouse button down. So we have effectively got a velocity now. So we're going to go float velocity. Set that to be 1. We'll set it to be 2 because that's what it was before. Well, we'll set it to be 1. And then this is car.velocity. So auto step is that step. Right. And then what I want to do is I want to say so we're going to do auto, we'll get the window. Canvas.get input window. And then we're going to say if window, left mouse button down, we're going to say acceleration says 2. And then we're going to go car.velocity plus equals acceleration times dt. Like that. And then we're on max velocity. If car, well, it's not a velocity, is it? It's a speed because there's only one component to it. Speed. So we'll just do car.speed BM clamp. Min is 0, max we'll say is 10. Car.speed. Like that. Then we'll just put that there like that. And say else car.speed minus equals acceleration times dt. We'll keep it going at least. Keep it going by 1 at least. So this. So I want to see it speed up. Basically, if I hold the left mouse button down. Alright, hold up, slow down. There it goes, speeds up, and then slows back down again. And release it and it slows back down again. Okay. So this has got to be just constantly applied. Constantly applied. So yeah. So we'll say if the car index is 0, we'll do this. It is 0. We'll do this. We'll just alter. And then we want a second car. And the second car is just going to be moving at constant speed. So we can speed up to catch him. What I want to make sure is we don't crash into him. So we need to know how far apart they are, which is just the difference in their t values. Not quite though. It's the difference. It's this step value here. We could just do it in space. Could just do it in world space and actually get the distance. Okay, so we're going to say we're going to cache the actual position of the car in world space out. So back to position. So this is just car.position, and we need to do that all the time. So So it needs only concern cars in front of it. So for auto car in front, m.cars, if car in front .id equals car.id, continue. We need to work out which car is the car in front. So it's the one with the closest T. So if car in front .t is less than car.t, it's behind. It's behind it. Else we want the one with the minimum T. So this probably has to be standard optional, because there might not be a car in front. And then we want float T min equals standard numeric limit float maximum. We want to say if car.t is less than T min, car in front IDs, other car, sorry, is the other car ID. ID, and then we say T min equals other car.t. Do it this way around. So it's not the car, it's not the current car, it's not behind it, so it has to be in front of it. So we're just looking for the one with the smallest T. The one with the smallest T will be the closest car to us. If car in front ID let's just draw it. Draw a circle outline. And we'll just draw it, the outline colour, we'll just draw it as like white. Auto, if auto car in front equals cars, m.cars.find car in front ID. Position. So it's going to be slightly laggy because we haven't updated its position yet, but at least we'll know. We'll know it's the right car. What's the problem? This doesn't have that transform thing. We'll put that in. coordinate transforming. Auto T equals transform, get camera, return, draw, circle, outline, in world center, radius, the radius is T.x, seg count, color Z. Alright, good. Copy undeclared identifier. This is card opposition. So we're just detecting if we can detect as a car in front. We're just seeing if we can detect as a car in front of us, which car it is. So I might make the acceleration a little bit more powerful because I want to be able to stop fast. Then we need to slow the car behind down if there's a car in front that's too close. So we do some kind of like spring thing, inverse spring, or spring, normal spring. Okay, so I'm the car in front at the moment. If I hold down the mouse button, there we go. It's detected it. If we go past it, it's not no longer in front. So what's interesting there is it's working from monorail to monorail. Slightly laggy, you can see, but that's because we're drawing it a frame later. Yeah, frame later. It is working. So you could say they need to be on the same spline. So if other car dot current path index is not equal to car dot path index, continue. We might take that out because it would be nice for it to know. Actually, it's just the T's are kind of wrong then. The T's only good for the current spline. There we go. So it can detect now that it's coming up towards it. So we need to get the car in front. The distance in probably just the world space distance. So auto D equals car dot position distance. You could say the distance squared because it is going to be a squared function. Car in front position. So that's the square of the distance. So force equals -1 divided by D, and D will tend to infinity. So the force will, D will tend to 0, so the force will tend to infinity. And then we need to do car dot speed plus equals force times dt, like that. And then car dot speed equals beam saturate car dot speed. So we don't want it to go, well, we'll say car dot speed equals bm not neg. Timber, how's it going? Going all right, yeah. I'll show you. I've got some stuff happening in the game. So I'm working on this monorail, right? So we've managed to get we can build paths in the editor. The path we want the monorail to go, we can put them into the game. So it doesn't look too much like a monorail, but it's just a principle that I'm starting with. So you've got 2 paths and 2 cars on the monorail, and then these paths are connected. So this pink one is my car, this other one is the other car, and then they go to different paths, and you can put paths all over the world, and you can go, so you can, the dots will just go all over the world. And then what I'm working on now is, if I hold down the left mouse button, I can alter the speed of my car, and if it comes up behind the other one, I want to like basically slow the car down so it doesn't so they don't crash into each other. So I've just detected that it's coming up behind it, and then I just need to slow the car down now so it doesn't crash into the car in front. And then once I have that, I can implement stations, and I can make all of the cars stop at the stations, and I know that cars that are coming up behind it won't crash into them. And then you can jump onto a car and speed off, and then the other cars can follow. Yeah, good progress. It's all very kind of like up in the air. I'm just seeing how it goes, basically. What about you? What have you been up to today? So the car.speed is that. And then what we have to do is we have to make sure that the car speed equals BM. Well, we'll say if the car.speed is less than the car in front's speed, and we'll set the car speed to be equal to the car in front speed. So we'll see if we can, that stops us getting ahead. Still working on the queue, cool. Ah, right, okay. You mean like putting stuff into the queue and then getting it back out again and checking that they're the same. What you put in is what you get out. Well, that didn't work at all. So let's log line the force, right? Force. So it's not even getting in there. Well, there needs to be a car in front. Yeah. So the force there. Pretty massive. Well, that did work. So we should probably needs to be fixed up there. That's probably what's going on. Probably whizzed past it. Yeah, cool. Trying to get the program to remember open the router. Ah, right. Nice one. Yeah, that sounds quite interesting, that. It's like web stuff. So what language are you using? Did you tell me already? I've forgotten. Sorry, my memory is very bad. C++, right? Yeah, good. I apologise if you already said. So are you reading? So when you say reading packets in the order given. So you're reading them byte by byte? Is that what you mean? To check the packets are actually correct. So we can still whiz past this. Probably because it needs to be a fixed step thing. It needs to. It doesn't have a chance to slow the speed down enough. So we probably want to be a little bit behind as well. Let's just put the step up here, and then the position is a little bit further in the past. Where do we calculate the position again? Car speed, RT. There. So we're going to say auto test position equals path spline get point car in front T minus 5 times step. So a little bit further back. Okay. So it's so you're putting in that string and then it's outputting the string in reverse, which is like a a stack behavior. First in, last out behavior, which is a type of queue. LIFO queue. Nice. I've never done. I don't think I've ever done anything like that. Maybe a long time ago. Yeah, it'd be hard for me to say if it's simple or not without actually seeing the full problem. Nothing's simple. Nothing simple, it's just experience. So we're going 5 steps back. I don't know if that is long enough or not. We'll see. What's the problem here? Step. What? It says that car in front. Oh, it's not the ID. Yeah, programming's very, very rewarding and very creative. You know, that's all I'm doing. Slowly getting closer to something and then finally getting it working. I expect this monorail thing's going to be maybe 2 or 3 weeks of work. Alright. So it is further back, not far back enough though. We need a way to get like a world unit from this T value. I'll have to work on that. I'm a bit too knackered to start thinking like that though. There we go. So what I might do is I might draw, this is the test position. I might draw the test position. Have you tried, Timber, have you tried implementing anything like a dynamic array yet? Or anything like that? Okay, so it's there. That's the point we're testing. So if we do 64... It's interesting why that is flickering. So we've stopped. I can't go any further. What I need to do is set the speed to be, allow it to be 0. So car dot speed equals bm not neg car dot speed plus force times dt Oh, we're clamping it to automatically 1. In 1 and 0 and 10. There we go. So I can't get past him now. Obviously, that's a very big deceleration for anybody riding inside. That would hurt. Yeah. Dynamic array is a good one because it makes you think about memory in a natural way that you should be thinking about it with C++. Memory as in blocks that you're working on, you know. I think if you come from a higher level language like Python, the mental model you get when you're learning to program is that objects like own things and they're stored in the object, or C# or anything. Whereas I think it's more useful in C++ to think of it operating on top of memory. And then pointers just point to the memory that it's operating on. The classes themselves don't own the memory. In the sense they're not stored inside the classes. And I think dynamic arrays are a good example of getting you to think like that. Because it's all about blocks of memory and moving things around blocks of memory. Now, you don't have to build standard vector because that's massive. You just have to build a resizing array. Right, so we might make this force come on a little bit more gradually. Let's try 1 over distance and we'll see how that feels. Because that won't ramp up as quick. Of course, it means it doesn't stop either. Doesn't give it enough time to stop. So I might just actually apply this to the velocity directly. Oh no, what I might actually know. I might actually put it here. So I might say like, see what that looks like. Yeah, cool. So to give your queue a fixed size, or you actually dynamically increasing the size of the queue. So it's up to 255 addresses. So is it like you're setting the size of the queue to be 255? Because obviously, like if you're reallocating the queue to be a different size, you are doing a dynamic array type thing there. Set 256, cool. Yeah, good. So you can still think about that in terms of memory, because you've got a fixed block of memory which is 256 times the size of your element in a queue. So you can imagine them as like little cells. And you've got 256 lined up next to each other. If that's the way you've implemented it. Or maybe you're allocating each cell individually, I'm not sure. So if you're saying using pointers, are you allocating each cell individually and connecting them with pointers? Like each of the 256. Because there's two ways. So yeah, okay. Yeah, unused memory is fine. So when you do something like a dynamic array, you have a lot of unused memory. So here's the thing about performance. Allocating memory is expensive. So when you go to allocate memory, allocate more than you need, so you don't have to allocate again. So when you do a dynamic array, you're often allocating maybe twice as much memory as you currently need, so that when you come to add things into the array later on, you don't have to reallocate the memory again. So I always allocate more memory than I need. Like, what is a heap page? Size of a heap page. The default size. So I'm allocating 8,192 blocks. Per page. The minimum page size. Man, I haven't looked at this in a long time. It's a lot anyway. So you could do like a 4-byte allocation on the heap. And if it's got no space to put that 4-byte allocation, it might end up allocating a bunch of megabytes. Create new heap block page. Max page size. Min page size. So it's whatever that is. So it's at least 8,192 times 32 times the size of a heap block. So it's multiple. It's probably a couple of megs, a few megs. But then of course it has that block of memory then, and it can, next time it wants to do a dynamic allocation, it has free space. So the idea is, yeah, so if you're doing something like a heap, so when you call new in C++ or malloc, it's getting its memory from a heap, which is a data structure. And the idea of a heap is it's meant to limit the amount of times you ask the operating system for memory because that's expensive. So if you just want to allocate like 1 kilobyte, it's not just going to go and allocate 1 kilobyte, it'll allocate like 4 kilobytes, maybe, or more. Depends how you've got your heap set up. And then next time you want a kilobyte, it doesn't have to go to the operating system and say, can I have a kilobyte? It just says, oh, I've got 3 spare ones here, I'll just give you that. And it saves that call. I think the operating system, like Windows, anyway, it can't allocate, it can't give you less than 4K of memory, even if you ask for 1 byte. It still has to give you a block of 4K. So you have to come up with a way of using that other 3,900 and whatever bytes of memory. That's when you call new. It's a little bit different if you just allocate something directly, like in X200. That's not a call to the OS. That's it. That's done on a pre-reserved stack of memory that your operating system's given you as it's launched your process. So that there is very cheap compared to I don't know how you do this in, I've done this for so long, something like that. Is it that the syntax? I'm not sure. So that can be quite expensive. That is very cheap. So whenever you can, try and do stuff like that. It can be expensive, it might not be. It depends, you know, what's happening under the hood in the heap. That might be an instantaneous allocation if the heap has the memory available straight away. But that's always quick. Downside with that is, you know, it's only good for small allocations, really. You know, if I did that, it would crash the program. All right. So maybe we want some kind of maybe we want to apply less force, more force. So let's make that -1 over D again. And apply less of it. So the value that's stored in the block of memory when you get it off the operating system is probably set to 0 or some set value for security. But then if you use the memory, so if you use the memory, so say if you did this, this might allocate, this was given to your memory at the start of the program. You might have already used it, and then when you come back to use it again, it'll have the same values in that you left, or it might have some scrambled. So that might be junk memory, but it's safe to write over it, so it's okay. If you just call new, it's probably gonna give you, it's probably going to clear the memory for you, or it could be junk memory that you've previously used. I think that's kind of alright, you know. We're not going to actually be going that fast. So what's the max speed we said? We said it was 10. Let's put it at 4, because the monorail's not going to be going that fast. I want it to slow down in a way that's not going to kill the person that's inside the monorail. So I think if we're inside this as well, we just want to set the velocity to be, the speed to be 0. So that's here. So let's just set that to be a world unit of 1. So if d is less than 1, if car.speed is 0 and d is less than 1, we don't want to apply this. So I might just put this down here. And then we're just going to say is crashing. So I'm going to say if d is less than 1, is crashing equals true. And then we want to say if is crashing and car.speed equals 0, if not is crashing or car.speed is not 0, do that. So let's try 128. So we probably do... If there's a car in front, I want to set the maximum velocity to be what the car in front is. Yeah. So we're definitely slowing down. So what I might do is take control over car number... Car number 1. And then when we say, we're just going to slow it down to 0. On car 1 and see how car number 0 reacts. Wait for it to come. So this one now is one I'm controlling. I'm going to pretend it's at a station. We've got another one coming along. There we go, it's waiting for it. And if I set off, it doesn't set off again. Why doesn't it set off again? We've set we need to actually start increasing the speed. So which means we probably need to save this force. I might call this brakes. Car.brakes equals that. And then we do car.speed equals bm not neg car.speed plus car.brakes times dt. Make that 0.5. Let me get rid of that. Get rid of that now. So it's actually here. Not quite. This is just auto speed. We have to make sure that that is between them, and then that is that. So let's see what that looks like. So I'll stop that car. So that did work, apart from we didn't plus my own one. So he stopped and then he set off again. All right. I think I'm gonna have to head off. I have to head off a bit earlier today because I don't have a car at the moment in the garage. But I'm back next Monday, and we'll continue on this monorail stuff. I'll have a fresh head then. I won't be as tired. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Ah. Laid back. Okay, so I'm nearly there. Then I'll head off. How's it going, Nuke Bird? I hope you're okay. I'm just about to head off, unfortunately. I need to go. I've not got a car. It's in the garage. So I need to walk home. What I've done's quite good though, I think. So I'm this purple one. These are cars on the monorail. What I'm trying to do is stop this pink one crashing into me. Because then once I stop cars crashing into each other, I can implement stations, and I know that monorail cars coming up behind won't crash into them. So then I do that, and then he sets off again. But I think that's a good place to stop. And obviously these monorail paths aren't connected, but this I implemented just so I can have cars go to other monorail paths. So the next step really is to make no car be able to. So that car stopped because he detected that I was coming up behind him. I didn't stop though. Or something like that. I need to make it so no car crashes into no other car. Yeah, no problem, Nuke Bird. Anytime. Okay, I'm really gonna have to go. I need to walk all the way to my daughter's school now.